And the Bruins will kick it away to start us off. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. So TCU's offense takes the field for the first time today. And here he comes, just jogging onto the field. But what's going fast? The heart rates of everybody in this crowd, Jesse.
Well, this is a special player. All eyes in the stadium on this guy. And David, you know the defense, they're going to have to find a way to try to slow this guy down.
And he's going to touch it every single play. He'll be the main focal point. Can he handle the pressure? Can he handle the big moments? Can he handle this stage and lead his team in a big moment?
They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming. Went to the running game on first down. Now here they come again. To the ground with the back. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. 3rd and short from the 44, and we might know if they plan to go for it on 4th down by what they call here. To the ground to try to pick up the first. Didn't get much, picked up a yard, and that will leave them with 4th and 2. The Horned Frogs will punt this one away. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. So the UCLA Bruins offense taking the field. First chance we have to see them today. And they seem to believe that they can take big plays away and man coverage by just locking him up in this matchup, David.
Yeah, and it's hard to lock down a great wide receiver, but a great defensive back versus a great wide receiver, we got a showdown.
Yeah, let's be honest, David. Most defenses don't have a dude like that at cornerback that could do that in a game like this, but this matchup is unique, and it's going to really determine the outcome of the game.
And there's so much for a quarterback to think about. Stick it out in the belly. Do I pull it? Now when I pull it, I got to get my feet set, make an accurate throw to the right guy. So a lot of things going on, and I think that you saw that led to a little bit of inaccuracy.
And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch. Off the play fake on first down to throw. And that pass picked off. He couldn't quite get loose on that return, but he'd already made the play, and they've got it at the 35.
And I tell you what, as a quarterback, you got to have a short memory. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to be asked to do a lot, and he throws his first career interception. If I'm the coach on the sideline, listen, I'm bringing him over. This ain't going to be your last, big fella. Like, you're going to make mistakes. It's okay. Put it behind you. Next play.
TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. That last drive won't go on the highlight reel after ending in a punt. They'd like to be more productive this time, David.
And I think this offense has to be a little bit more balanced. Find a little balance between the run, Jesse, and working in that pass.
And I think, too, David, it's just going to take a spark. It just takes one play to get this thing picked up and going.
To the air, it's Babers. Gets it to the back. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. 3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. They're bringing heat. And he was drilled just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. And the Horned Frogs send out the punt unit. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Signals for the fair catch and hauls it in just shy of the 30. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're going to throw it to start the drive. He's going for it all. And it's incomplete. They were looking for the huge gain on first down. Here they come to try it again on 2nd and 10 from the 29. Now they'll run the draw. Defense closed down quickly after a gain of 3. They'll mark it at the 32. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Hauls it in. And it's a first down. They'll mark it at the 44. The Bruins come to the line with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, give on the inside. And the defense finally makes the stop after the sweet run and good gain. Now they've moved it just inside the 40. 1st and 10 from the 39. They're getting this guy lathered up. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Here comes the offense on second down. Off the play fake. Coming after it. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And it slips through his fingers. Incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have held on. On third and long, try to convert through the air. Trying to get to it. And they can't make the connection on third down. And the Bruins will send out the punt unit. First punt of the day, and he'd love to lock them up close to their goal line. And the ball will bounce at the 4 and find its way into the end zone for a touchback. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Keeping it on the ground with the running back. Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. Looking for a crease. It's Chambers. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on third and long. Trying to escape and get it himself. Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact.
This guy just gives you nightmares. I mean, he's just got so much electricity. He just pulls it down and chews up yards like it's nothing. That's a quarterback. A quarterback doing that to your defense.
Just flying through the air like a superhero to make the grab. The Horned Frogs have their offense in high gear. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. With jet sweep pass. And there was nowhere to go, just stopped in his tracks in the backfield. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. They'll try the running game off the right tackle. And a nice run there before the defense finally makes the stop. They have work in front of them on third and short from the 42. Scanning the field, it's Babers. Lets it fly. And that third down pass had some serious juice, but they couldn't hook up. This is the absolute right call. They're going for it on fourth down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. The completion well past the sticks. And they finally make the tackle, but this will be a pretty easy conversion for this offense. Down to the 23 for this 1st and 10. The give to the tailback. Smashes through. Got some room, headed to the goal line. And he's loose, and he'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Horned Frogs! That trip to the end zone is 25th career touchdown.
Man, he's been productive, just has a nose for the end zone. This dude's made big play after big play for his offenses, and that's 25 touchdowns, Palmer, on the ground for the big fella.
Pretty impressive, too, when you consider when you get close to that end zone, the defense is expecting run, they're loading the box, and still this guy's been able to find his way in. 25, it's a nice number.
The AT unit on the field. And he's got the extra point, and it's 7-0 to start this one. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, fellas, here's a quick update on a top 15 clash today. Clemson is currently ahead early right now in Death Valley, but they just haven't been able to separate themselves offensively. They're up by 7 over Notre Dame. Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business. Gentlemen.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Now on 1st and 10 from the 27. Looking to move it through the air. Getting some heat. And the freshman will chalk up a sack.
And this dude knows how to get after quarterbacks. Last week he had 3 sacks. He gets his first today. I'll tell you what, you better know where he is before the ball snapped every single play.
We'll see if they can dig one up. It goes forward this time on 2nd down from the 18. From the shotgun, they'll run it. And just wedges it ahead a bit before he's brought down. You may shake up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. Safe completion on the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be 4th down. The Bruins will bring the punt team onto the field. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Fields the punt and tries to work it the other way. Working his way on the return up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. TCU has it back and the Horned Frogs go on offense. He's going to pass. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on 1st down. 2nd down coming. 2nd and 10 here. To the air. It's Babers. He's right on target. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the 1st down. 3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. From the gun, the ground game. Runs through a tackle. And he'll go down, but he delivered the business end of his stiff arm to that defender on the way. And the Horned Frogs with the 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. Caught in the backfield. It's Chambers. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. 2nd and short now after that completion. He's looking to throw. Fires to the right. He's got it. He's all the way down to the 27-yard line, and they are threatening. Leaves it with the running back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Now on 2nd down. The give to the back. They'll give him 1 to the 28-yard line. 7th play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Flushed out of the pocket. How about that job to get down in the nick of time to avoid the big hit? They'll try to put 3 on the board as the field goal unit comes on. And he'll envision the ball flight as he lines it up from the right hash and 38 yards out. Kick is good. And the offense has 3 points to show for the drive. And now the lead is extended a little further.
And he knocks another one through. And how about this kicker? Good way to start off your season, right? Like, what do you have at the spot? Sometimes you don't know. Can you make those kicks? Starting off, hasn't missed one yet. Been very dependable for the squad.
So the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away after putting up a field goal. Let's see what the defense can do. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Off-play action on 1st down. He lobs one high down the left side. The freshman quarterback very fortunate for that one to fall incomplete. After misfiring, it's 2nd down. They try to pop a run on the draw. He found a hole, got about 5. He's down at the 21. Now the defense will try to keep him on this end on 3rd and short from the 21. From the gun, wants to pass. Intercepted. Just a really nice play. Not a lot on the return, but that's all right when you hand it to your offense at the 42.
This is obviously not a great start for this quarterback here. 2 interceptions already in this game. He's got to do a much better job with his decision.
TCU will send its offense back onto the field. They've got the lead here. Last time they settled for a field goal, but David got to find that balance between being aggressive and careful.
And I think they'll take that. I got the lead, Palmer. I got the football. I got to take care of the football, put a nice drive together, and just get some kind of points on this drive.
No doubt. Lots to be happy about right now if you're this team. I think for this one, though, on this drive, it's about finding the one-on-one matchups that are in your favor and then
and it's caught inside the 20. And good blocking in space out there to give him enough room to pick up the 1st down. Throws to the wideout. The flag flies in as this one falls incomplete. We'll see who it's on. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. From the gun, running back gets to give. An attitude run as he's dragged down after a pickup of 6 down to the 14. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. Gonna run it. It's Chambers. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Looking to the end zone. Touchdown, TCU! And they'll put that scoreboard operator to work and put 6 on the board. These guys are really hitting their stride in week 4 as they push out that lead.
Really nice job working the route, getting himself open. He was able to locate the football, snag it out of the air, and this guy now has 5 receiving touchdowns on the year.
Lining up for the PAT. And with the extra point, they now have a 3-possession lead at 17. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. UCLA will go back to work on offense. To say this has been a slow start is a bit of an understatement, and they really need to get it going here, Jesse.
That's right. The opponent, they're firing on all cylinders right out of the gate. Offensively, for this unit, they've been slow and struggling. They need an explosive play to wake themselves up.
Yeah, and it's just the first quarter, so it's not the end of the world. You've seen slow starts, but you got to continue to pick and pick and pick until you find that play or that scheme that you can use against this defense.
If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Oh, he's going to try to hit him deep. Connection to the right. And they finally get him down, but not before. He's got him set up for business at the 49-yard line. And the Bruins in the hurry-up. From the gun, they'll try the middle. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Touch pass on the jet sweep. Spins away from the defense. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. He'll take the deep shot. Touchdown, Bruins! And they made it to the house where they found that 6 points waiting on them.
And I think in the pre-snap, I think both of these guys were on the same page. They had a look defensively that let them know we can pitch this thing way down the field. I'm going to go run under it and make a big play for it.
Yeah, and when I'm the receiver, I'm like, I'm open, right? I'm going straight down the field. Throw me the football. I got the speed. I can beat this guy. You can tell they've done that so much in practice. They knew it was second nature, and they executed it perfectly.
And he made that extra point, the wet turf, no problem at all. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
TCU 17, UCLA.
He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Boy, David, they would love to stack another touchdown on top of that last drive.
And this offense did such a good job on the last drive. Everything in rhythm, moved the ball down the field, didn't make those mistakes, Jesse, and they need to do it again on this one.
Yeah, you're right. They had the defense on their heels. You wonder what sort of communication was going on that sideline. What sort of changes were they able to make, because they got to stop the bleeding right now.
They'll snap this one from the 32. It's 1st down. Fires to the big fella. Still on his feet at the 45. And the big gain, and they've got it on the 46.
And this offense is just so dynamic because they've got playmakers at all the skill positions, right? We just saw a big play in the running game. Now we see one in the passing game. There's not one dude that you can key on here if you're on defense to try and slow them down.
The Horned Frogs will snap it on 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Showed off just about every move in the book, except the forward move. Stopped for a short gain.
Second down.
To throw, it's Babers. Right through his hands. You just have to make that catch, and it'll be 3rd down. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Working the middle, it's complete. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the 1st down. I was starting to think about what they would do if they didn't pick up the 1st down here, but I guess that's a moot point now.
Moot point for sure, and the head coach was probably telling them 4-down territory, we're going to kick a field goal, whatever the next decision was going to be, and now the OC's like, don't worry about it. New set of downs, nice execution by this offense.
All the way down at the 33-yard line, it's 1st and 10. They'll put the tight end in motion. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. Tackle is made at the 30-yard line after he picked up 4. After the productive 1st down play, it's 2nd and 6. Running to the left. Sweet cut there. Oh, the ball squirts out. Defense just cradling that fumble and securing it.
You know, oftentimes when you're playing in conditions like this and it's raining, you'll see a lot of the skill players offensively take off the gloves because they want to be able to feel the football. They think it gives them better control of it, and I don't know if that played into the football going on the ground there, but you know that ball security is going to be one of the biggest factors in this game moving forward.
The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. There's certainly still a hill to climb, but they've got to make sure these drives pay off. Got a touchdown last time. Can they back it up here?
Well, and it's amazing in a football game how sometimes they'll surprise you with what you do. Once you get settled, you realize what's going on. Now, I'm comfortable with it. Jesse, this offense looked comfortable on its last drive.
They sure did. It looked like they started to find some momentum. So now it's on this defense to stop that, all right? You're a little bit upset based on what just happened the previous drive. You've got to bow up again and go back to what was working earlier in this game.
We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. From the gun on 3rd down. He'll loft one deep down the left side. And they wanted it all on 3rd down, but now dealing with 4th down. The Bruins will line up to punt it away. He only needs a sliver of daylight. Coverage team gets the job done, and they'll mark him down at the 38-yard line. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. That's caught. It's Wicks.
Well, we knew coming into this game, this offense was going to try and get this receiver involved and get him involved early. So here they are just finding an easy completion. It's not a touchdown.
And the pass hits, picked off. Didn't really get a chance to get started on that return, but he has set him up at the 41-yard line.
What a nice play by the DB there. When that rain starts coming down, the ball gets a little bit heavier. The quarterback throws the ball a little bit lighter. DBs can take advantage sometimes of some underthrown balls, go out and make some big plays.
The offense lining up for a 1st down play. He'll pull it on the read. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. And the Bruins racing to the line in the hurry-up.
Really, really nice football play. Man, I got to understand option football. I got to play my responsibility, make sure that I know what I'm doing. Look at the linebacker. Great job doing that. Staying patient, getting to the quarterback, making the big tackle.
3rd and short, coming from the 34. You wonder if this is 4-down territory. Looking to throw for it. It's complete on the right side. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. Now on 1st and 10 from the 29. He knew that he was coming. He had to get rid of it in a hurry, and he did so beautifully.
Perfectly. I don't need a big gain. I don't need to hold on to this football because the longer I hold on to it with the blitz coming, the worse things are going to happen. I just need a few yards for the 1st down, get it out of my hand, get the 1st down.
And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. Here comes third and short from the 24, and this offense does not want to send out the field goal unit. They're trying to get to him. Couldn't find a man and just had to throw it away to avoid a negative play. It's fourth down, and they'll try the field goal. The kicker will try to punch one through from 41 yards away. He got it.
That makes the score. TCU 17, UCLA 10.
So they're lining up to kick it off after that last drive. Put a 3-spot on the board, and now the defense will try to shut them down. On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. He wants to throw. Fires on the move. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have squeezed it. They'll go to the counter play. Just gets it to the 20, a pickup of 1. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Looking for a man, it's Babers. He's got it down the left. Nothing but green ahead. Touchdown, Horned Frogs! And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing.
Big-time players make big plays in big games, man. It seems like each and every week when this guy has an opportunity in the end zone, he's coming up with the big one. That time, great job focusing and concentration. Defense not able to cover him. That's his now 10th receiving touchdown on the year.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Georgia is on top, but this is a close game. And, you know, back in the day, you'd feed Herschel Walker and go home. That guy needs to emerge from them today. They are up by 12 over Tulsa. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected, fellas.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. He locked up and held on to bring him down. Now facing a third and long. They go to the draw. Breaks the tackle. What a nice job on the ground, working his way ahead for 7 yards and leaving them with 4th and short. They're about 2 yards away. Makes a move. Looking for running room, he'll get it to the 43-yard line before he stops. TCU has it back and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Jesse, a very productive drive last time, wound up with a touchdown.
Yeah, mixing and matching play calling really well. Nice balance on that last one, Dave. Let's see what they can do here in this next drive.
Yeah, and I don't expect anything different. When you put together a drive like that, I would do more of the same. Keep the pace, keep it going.
Jumped on top of the pile. They'll snap it from the 48 on 3rd and short. They'll try to run for it. They convert on 3rd down as he gets it to the 46-yard line. And the Horned Frogs will snap it on 1st and 10. To the air, it's Babers. He finds his man. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. Short completion last play. Let's see if they throw it again. On 2nd down, just keeps firing. Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. Tackled, but he has a 1st down. The Horned Frogs are on the move. Out of the gun, the running back has it. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Productive 4-yard gain there on the ground as he gets it down to the 31. A 3rd and long coming up here. Wants to go up top. Pressure coming. No more time to throw. Quarterback is sacked at the 35.
We're only in the first half already. This guy's got 2 TD passes, so you could see the defensive coaching staff on the sideline telling this D-line, guys, we got to get after this guy. We have to affect his rhythm and not let him be so comfortable back there. Right there, they were able to get after him. Let's see if they can keep it up.
And the Horned Frogs decide to punt it away. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. And the return man will have no chance as the ball sails out of bounds. UCLA will go back to work on offense. They'll leave it with him. He's there to make the stop. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Quickly complete.
Well, the defense playing zone coverage there. They're taking away all of the QB's primary options down the field, so he has to check it down to the drag running underneath.
From the gun, he'll try to throw for it on 3rd down. Zings it complete to the right. Makes the grab, and it's enough for the first down before he's dragged to the ground. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. And they picked up 9 on first down. It'll bring up 2nd and short. Wide out in motion. See if they can get the edge on the jet sweep. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Wow, this offense is doing nothing. They've already punted 4 times and staring at the possibility of a 5th. They thought they could just run it on 3rd and short, but this defense was there to make the stop. The Bruins will punt it away on 4th down. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. He's brought down, but there's also a penalty marker down. Let's see what this is about.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. So the offense keeps its drive alive thanks to the roughing the punter penalty. Wants to throw on 1st down. Looking for a deep man. Got it. They will score. Touchdown, UCLA.
Man, there was something going on that play between the quarterback and receiver. They were looking at each other, and it was almost like they were smiling. The receiver's out to his right. He saw something he liked. He knew he had the post throw, and it was on. Shows you the speed, puts on the afterburners, accurate throw, and it's a touchdown.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point is good as they close to within a touchdown, 24-17. The kickoff team takes the field to boot this one away. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Here's another opportunity, Jesse, to stretch out this lead after punting last time.
I think it goes back to your playmakers, Reese. I think it's finding the guys that have been working for you earlier on in this game and getting them the football.
And there's obviously no need to panic. I mean, think about it. You got the lead. You got the football. You got to be smart with the football. Make your plays. Put a good drive together.
That'll be a gain of 5 out to the 27. Fairly manageable distance here on 3rd down from the 27. Looking to throw, it's Babers. It's complete. Running toward the tape. Flips the field in an instant, and he has it down to the 25-yard line.
Well, after that last play, you can see how electrifying this guy is and how special he is after he makes the catch. If I'm on offense, I'm trying to find a lot of ways to get him touches in this game.
The Horned Frogs have it with a 1st and 10. The back goes in motion. Little touch pass to the receiver. They'll rip off 8 on that play. It's 2nd and 2. And the Horned Frogs have moved it inside the 20.
Brings up 2nd down.
Give to the running back. Dragged down to the turf, but not before getting the first down. The Horned Frogs are on the move. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. Relying on that running game inside the red zone. He picked up 3 to the 11. They'd love to pick up this 3rd down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. And it's incomplete despite some serious arm strength shown there. And they'll send the field goal team back out for the 2nd time tonight. Between the uprights, it's good. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
And this guy has been a machine all season long. He is absolutely automatic. You know you're getting 3 points when this guy jogs on the field.
After putting up a 3-spot, the kickoff unit set to go. From inside the 10, here he comes. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. They are trailing by 10 here, Jesse, but this is the type of team that seems comfortable in an offensive shootout.
You got to hold serve at this point, right? You got to drive the field, put some more points up on the board. Yeah, they just scored. You can answer that now and keep this thing close, Dave.
And I think you're used to that as offense. Like, football is so fast-paced now and you score so quickly, it's not that big of a deal to get down 10. You keep being aggressive.
Finds a soft spot in the middle. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the 1st down marker. And the Bruins will try to pin them back with the punt. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. He's got great speed. Excellent coverage that time. Didn't give him any room to set up a big return. All right, guys, so here's the offense back on the field again. Trying to find his man on 1st down. Grabbed in the middle. It's Wicks. Brought down at the 38. It's a pickup of 10 and a 1st down. Running back goes in motion. Touch pass on the run. Fakes his man out. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down. Catch in the middle. It's Abraham. Put it right on him. Sweet play. Good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the 1st down. Looking to move it through the air. He makes a grab. Takes it to the house. Touchdown, TCU.
Have a day, young fella. I foresee some social media posts in his future. Not 1. Not 2, but 3 receiving touchdowns on the day. What a ball game.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, they now have a 3-possession lead at 17. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Miami is currently up big right now in a game they'll be talking about at the U for a long time. They're up by 28 over Southern Miss.
They're going to open this drive with a pass.
We've got our eye on things here and everything else going on right now, and any updates, you'll see them here, guys.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere.
2nd down.
Making sure they have good balance, keeping it on the ground. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, back up inside their 20. Finds his man. It's West. They stay aggressive and push their way out to the 33, and it's first down. The Bruins come to the line with a new set of downs. One running back in the backfield, and he has it. Just willed his way for a couple out to the 35. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this thing has been one-sided, and they hope to at least have something to feel good about going into halftime. Oh, he's going to try to get it all here. Pulls it in on the left. Hit the afterburners, kid. And he takes it all the way. They couldn't stop him. Touchdown, Bruins.
And I tell you what, that passing touchdown, man, that should spark this whole team. Like, the comeback is more than on now. Like, they got the touchdown. They cut into the lead. You want to get a stop and go into the half, get all the juices, all the excitement, and be like, listen, the passing game's rolling. We got this. The comeback's in full effect.
Lining up to add another. And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
TCU 34, UCLA 24.
From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. They'll throw it on first down. Got it in the middle. It's Abraham. He stopped just a chain link or two away from the first down and sets them up beautifully here. Looking to throw on second down. Finds his big tight end. He makes the tackle at the 33 after a pickup of 5. Back to pass. It's Babers. Pocket starts to collapse. And they got him. They'll get him down for the sack.
And listen, the quarterback drops back, and he's going through his progressions. We see zone, but just couldn't do anything about it. This defensive line, this pressure, getting to the quarterback, getting him on the ground.
They'll snap it from the 25 here on second and long. They'll leave it with the lone back. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. There's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the first half. They're going to keep this drive going. They'll have to make a play on third and long from the 26. They give it to him again. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. And the Horned Frogs line up to punt it away. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Not going to risk a return here. Calls for the fair catch and makes it just around the 30-yard line. A first down for the offense. He's going to pass. Feeling some heat. On the move, he fires. And they won't make the connection going for the big play. After the misfire now on second down. He's looking to throw. And they got him for the sack. Timeout is called, and it's the defense wanting to make sure that everyone's on the same page for this big down. They'll try the run. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. And the Bruins will call on their punt team. No fair catches here, looking for room. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards to help out the O. Dropping back, it's Babers. Going up top. Catch inside the 30 and still running. Slippery slide. Find his way and ran away from the crowd into the end zone. Touchdown, Horned Frogs.
And this offense is clicking. Another touchdown. Didn't have to go far for this drive, but this offense is doing what they want, how they want, when they want.
He'll try to tack on one more. And with the extra point, they now have a 3-possession lead at 17. So here comes the kickoff after the touchdown, and the last thing you need right before the half is to give up a big return. He'll bring it back from inside the 15. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. And they don't want to risk a turnover here, so they'll just take the knee and head to the locker room. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin and our halftime update.
Thanks, guys. You've had yourselves a superb broadcast so far in Fort Worth. The passing game for both sides has been outstanding. On point, unrelenting. They've excelled in the short game, the intermediate game, and especially on the deep ball. All in all, a thrilling display of offensive firepower, and these defenses have a lot to discuss here at halftime. And with that, back to Amon G. Carter Stadium and our outstanding broadcast team.
The Horned Frogs will kick it away first, and we'll start the second half. On the move from inside is 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. UCLA will go back to work on offense. They come into this third quarter with a lot of work they need to get done.
Yeah, and it starts with this possession. And I'm going piece by piece, and this is coach speaking, very simple. I score, I get a stop, I score. I can get back in this game, but it's got to be one drive at a time.
It's going to have to be, but I think the mindset offensively is we're probably going to have to score every time we get it because our defense has been struggling. They have not been getting a lot of stops, so this is a critical drive here for this offense.
The Bruins headed quickly to the line. Going up top on first down. He makes the connection. He's brought down. Solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. Second down coming up. Trying play action. Looking deep down the right side. And how about that DB getting a hand in there and forcing the incomplete pass? If every journey begins with a step, this offense needs to step into a third down conversion and then try to turn it into some scores, and fast. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down. These two guys, just on the same wavelength, they make clutch connections all the time.
And that's practice, man. That's all summer. That's all spring. Just so many hundreds and thousands of balls where you know exactly when that guy's going to break. You know he's a stud. You're going to feed him, especially on these third down situations.
Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. Pulls it in. He stopped at the 45 after picking up 10 yards and the first down. You can become a star making efficient plays and getting first down, sort of like a Mark Harmon kind of way to play quarterback for the Bruins.
And then you become a big star. And in Hollywood, what a town to do it. Obviously, create some excitement, create some momentum, go to a Rose Bowl, just do big things at UCLA.
Here's the handoff. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. They're about to snap it for the 9th play on this drive, and they need a yard on third down. Trying to pick it up on the ground. Now they're really starting to threaten as they pick up the first down at the 34-yard line.
Yeah, nice job dialing up that short yardage situation play call there, David. They needed 1 yard, and they picked up 2.
Yeah, great job up front. Great job by the back knowing where they need to go. Nice having a hole where you can get through and not have to just do it all on your own as a running back.
And the Bruins have it with a 1st and 10. They're going to run it to the right. Pushes ahead for a pickup of 1 down to the 13. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. The give to the running back from the shotgun. And they try to run inside, and there is nowhere to go. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. They'll try to pop the draw. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. And here comes the field goal unit for the second time tonight. It is true as he puts 3 on the board.
That makes the score. TCU 41, UCLA 27.
They were able to get a field goal on the board, and now they'll kick it away. He'll start the return inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. A quick strike touchdown up top the last time they had it, Jesse. They'd love to do it again.
No doubt. They've got so many playmakers on the perimeter, David. Just find a way to get these guys the ball in space.
And you already started, man. Making that big play, opening up this offense. This quarterback is feeling good about himself. I wouldn't be surprised if they give it right back to him.
That pressure got to him, and he just had to chuck it out of bounds. This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. He's going up top. Reels it in down the left side. Off he goes. And he got away from the defense and takes it in. Touchdown, TCU!
This offense looked unstoppable in the first half, lighting up the scoreboard, and it doesn't look much different here in the second half. They take their first drive of the 3rd quarter, march it down the field and score. There's no end in sight for these guys.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
2 very different emotions inside the locker rooms of these teams who did battle today. Oklahoma was relentless today in a road win that frankly wasn't even as close as the final score indicates. This was a vintage Sooners performance, one that really should instill confidence within this program. The circle of life in college football, where one team moves on feeling like kings and the other heads home licking its wounds.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. It's complete to the right. He steps out of bounds, but he's got enough for a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
First down for the offense.
Quick release by the QB. Stopped after making the catch. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. And they needed a little more room to work with as that one sails out of bounds. And this offense is desperate to keep this drive alive, trailing by multiple possessions, and it's getting late. Slings it downfield. Another incompletion on 3rd down. The Bruins will punt this one away. Makes the catch, wants to make a move upfield. And he'll work his way on the return out to the 35-yard line before he's stopped. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. They're bringing heat. And there is nothing doing on that one. You got the completion and nothing else to show for it.
Second down.
Gets it out quickly. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. It'll take some work to get to the sticks. It's 3rd and long from the 30. He hurls one deep down the left side. Fires it into a crowd, and it's picked off. And the offense makes the tackle in frustration after the interception. Drive comes up empty, and it's a turnover.
And that's got to feel good, and that's a play this young man is never going to forget. His first interception of the season. Great job reading the QB's eyes and getting to the football.
First play of the drive will come from the 9-yard line. They'll give it to the back. What a nifty run there to pick up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He'll keep it himself. Nowhere to go, and the ball's loose. How about that alert play from the defense to corral that fumble? Touchdown, Horned Frogs! Not content to get the fumble, they scored with the fumble. What a play by the defense there. Loose football, country fumble, pick it up with room, scoop, and score.
No doubt, country versus city. When it's a country fumble, nobody around. I got to pick that puppy up and do some damage with it. Nice job seeing the situation, scooping it up, making a play.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. The scoop and score. What a lift it can give to the defense. Not content to get the ball. They wanted to do something with it, and they did. Here's the return from inside his 10. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22.
First and 10.
Receiver going for the edge on the jet sweep. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Got a little work done on first down. Now back to the line. Motion trying to get the defense to show its hand. Unloads to the right. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. Defense caught out of position, and they get him down finally at the 38.
Well, this guy's going to make catches all over the field. That time, he lined up all the way to the left side, and he was able to cross the entire field to make a catch on the right side. Defense lost track of him, and it ended up being a big play.
We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Kept it on the ground on first down. Now back to the line. On 2nd down, he'll fire. Quick strike complete. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion, but they lost yardage. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Makes his connection. Working their way closer and closer. A 3rd down conversion, and they've got it at the 26. And the Bruins are moving quickly down the field. Can't quite make the connection there. Might have let him a little too much. The incompletion brings us to 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Got it set up on the outside. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. The Bruins have taken it inside the 20. On 3rd and short, the run and looking for the first down. And excellent vision to find running room there and make a really good pickup before the defense put a stop to it. Takes a snap, wants to throw. He's got it. He's all the way down to the 2-yard line. Just spectacular execution there. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Powers forward. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, UCLA!
This guy just has a nose for the end zone, and you love his ability to find creases, use his speed in the open field, and go score. He's been really good for his offense early this year. That already his 5th rushing touchdown on the season.
Getting set for the point after. Splits the uprights. They march 79 yards on the drive and finish the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2.
UCLA, 34.
And he takes this from inside the 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Mistakes are going to happen, as they did on that last drive. Now, how will they respond, Jesse?
And this is the kind of guy who's going to take full accountability. That was my bad. That's on me. I'm about to lead this offense now down the field and score some points.
Dang, Palmer, I wish I would have played with you. I didn't play with many quarterbacks that were just like, yeah, my bad. Hey, guys, I got this. Sorry about that. It was more, you should have run a better route.
Lost one on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Dropping back, it's Babers. Got his man quickly. And he gets it to the 45-yard line, and that'll be a first down. And the Horned Frogs come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Quick completion to the right. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Kept it on the ground last time. Let's see if they go back to it on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Snags it over the middle. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. 3rd and short from the 49. Is this 4-down territory? From the gun, wants to pass. That's caught. It's Chambers. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. Handoff from the gun. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8. Power football with the run. And they'll wrestle him to the ground after a short gain. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 3rd and short from the 37. The inside handoff. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. The Horned Frogs send out the punt unit. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Punt goes out of bounds, and a really nice job as they stick them deep in their own end. They'll mark it around the 10. Wide receiver shows motion. Use the play fake, now to throw. Coming after him. Good job to avoid the negative play and just get rid of that thing. After they couldn't connect, it's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Finds his man.
It's definitely the wide receiver's job to create space, right? So whether you're running a go or you're running a hitch like this right here, I got to find a way to push off legally or just create a little bit of space to get some positive yards.
Finds his back in the middle. And they knock him down, but he got past the line to gain. They'll snap it from the 25 here on first down. Now the play fake. Fires one high and deep. Snags it on the right. They got him free for a big gainer down to the 43.
This guy's done a lot of good things early this year throwing the football. With that last completion, that now takes him over 1,000 yards passing for the year.
Out of the gun, they'll run it inside. And the defense makes the stop after a minimal gain. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. The give to the back. And they'll stop him after a minimal pickup. 3rd down, and this offense is already in a world of trouble. They could really use a conversion, not to mention multiple scores. He's got his man. Just what they'd hoped for on 3rd down as they've got a first at the 32. Leaves it with the back. Defense there to stop him after a gain of 3, but he is inside the 30 to the 29. Pre-snap motion in the backfield. He's going to pass on 2nd down. Throws toward the end zone. And good coverage there to knock it away and deny the score. It's a makeable field goal from the 29-yard line. Let's see how aggressive they are on 3rd and long. They've got it just outside the red zone. They'll move the chains. It's at the 21. Long drive continues as the offense keeps working the ball down the field. They'll throw it on 1st down. Deep shot for the end zone. And it was worth the gamble, but the long pass is incomplete. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. Give to the back. Makes his man miss. There to make the stop, and we've played 3 in this one. And talk about spreading the ball around. Everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. Just about ready to go in the 4th, and we'll see if any drama can be mustered. And the Bruins have it in scoring position on 1st and goal. Trying to get to him. And that's just a flat misfire, not even close to his receiver. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. He's looking to throw. Fires to the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, Bruins. Like a Thanksgiving turkey. They're just being carved. No shot. They have no idea how to get in this quarterback's head.
He's on fire. Everything he's doing is working defensively. We got to figure something out. We got to try to do something a little bit different. Bring more pressure. At this rate, shoot, he's on so much fire, you might as well just send everybody. Blitz everybody, live with the results, because everything else ain't working anyways.
We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. LSU had a dominant win, the kind the folks in Baton Rouge were used to in 2019 when Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson led the Tigers to a national title. Talk about a special team. A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams. But, boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. Looking to throw, it's Babers. It's complete. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. They'll need to convert this 3rd down from their own 22 to get this drive jump-started. He'll try to pick it up on the ground. And he's tripped up, but not before picking up the 1st down. And the Horned Frogs come to the line with a new set of downs. To the ground, he's got it again. Finds that crease, and he's got 4 out to the 29. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. Still running at the 40. They'll get him on the ground at the 46, and it'll be a 1st down. The Horned Frogs are moving quickly down the field. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Trying to surprise him with the pass. It's complete to the left.
Awesome body control and great job, too, knowing where he is on the field to make sure he got his feet down in bounds. At this point, this guy's been open all over the field, and if I'm the QB, man, I keep throwing him the ball.
Nice gain of 6, leaving them with 3rd and 4. Trying to pick up a 1st down. And they did not let him reach the line to gain. It'll bring up a decision here. And the Horned Frogs will send out the punt unit. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. Fair catch called for and made. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. They'll go to the ground. Works his way into the traffic and picks up 3 to the 17. Got 3 on 1st down at 2nd and 7. He's looking to throw. Finds the tight end. Makes a grab, and he's dragged down. They'll need to convert this 3rd down from their own 22 to get this drive jump-started. And the pressure gets there. And down he goes at the 18. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. The Bruins will bring the punt team onto the field. Just needs a crack to get a return. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. They missed an opportunity to extend this lead the last time they had it, Jesse.
Yeah, they got to be able to regain that momentum, right? Go back to what was working earlier on in this one. And, David, to me, that starts with being the more physical team.
No, I definitely agree. Being the more physical team, but understanding the situation in the game. You're still winning. You got the football back. Now put a nice drive together and execute.
Finds his man. It's Hester. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. Wants to throw on third down. He's got his man. At the 20, he's got space. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. Inside the 15, 1st and 10 from the 14. Using the quick game. Got some room headed to the goal line. And the catch and run into the end zone. Touchdown, TCU! They extend the lead here in the 4th, and after stumbling early, about to push their record to 3-1.
Nice job on the route and catch by the tight end scoring that touchdown. And it doesn't matter what play this offense calls. All game long, everything has been working. This has been a master class in offensive productivity.
And the extra point splits the uprights, and they're up a full 3 touchdowns, a 21-point cushion in the 4th. Kickoff team is on the field. They'll try to drive this one deep. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. UCLA will go back to work on offense. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Makes the grab on the left. And he broke one tackle on the way to a solid pickup there. Offense gets set for 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Didn't have much of a choice there but to get rid of it. They'll need to convert this 3rd down from their own 22 to get this drive jump-started. From the gun, wants to pass. Finds his man down the middle. Tackle is made, but not until he gets the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. To the air on 1st down. Finds his target down the middle. They make the stop right there. Good pickup, but still short of the 1st down. Trying to convert this 2nd and short. He's looking to throw. Fires to the tight end. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. And the Bruins come to the line with a fresh set of downs. He wants to throw it again. The freshman able to get home with the sack.
Nice coverage on the back end. Great job. Nothing open right away. The QB holds the ball in the pocket, and the pass rush finally gets home. Sometimes it's the DBs doing great work. Sometimes it's the defensive lineman winning up front.
A 1st down sack can wreck a drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. He's looking to throw. He tosses one high and deep down the left side.
At this point in the game in the 4th quarter, it is going to be tough for this offense to get some completions here because now, trailing by this much, the defense is expecting pass, and they're putting a whole bunch of extra DBs on the field to help them out in coverage.
And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. On 4th down, they'll throw for it. He puts a lot of air under it down the sideline. And he'll take it in and house it. Touchdown, UCLA!
Yeah, and that's simple, but it's not easy. It's a go route. Like that receiver's streaking straight down the outside of the field, and my job as a quarterback is to put that ball up in the air, keep it away from the safety. He does just that. Receiver comes down with the catch. Nice pitch, nice catch, touchdown.
Ready to try the point after. Bangs it through for an extra point. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
TCU 62, UCLA 48.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. After standing on the sideline and watching that long touchdown drive, they really need to put something together to give their defense a rest.
And that's a real thing, man. Like, you played a lot of plays, you get worn out, you need a chance to go decompress on the sideline, get some oxygen. Palmer, now it's on this offense.
Yeah, this is the definition of complementary football because it's a two-pronged problem. You've got to score points and answer, but you've also got to take your time and give your defense an opportunity to get their win.
Coming out on first down with the play fake. Buying some time. At midfield, he's got room. And he's finally down, sliding in safely after the huge pickup.
He can throw it. He can buy time. He can run it. What can't he do? This guy's so talented. When he does stuff like this, there's no way to stop it. There's no way to coach a defense up against this. He's just really fast, and I can't catch him.
They dialed up the perfect call, splendid execution. Now they've got it threatening. 1st and 10 from the 27. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. Looking to go up top on first down. Snagged in the middle. It's Hester. And tight coverage right there, but he makes the grab, and they've got it on the 11 and a red zone chance. The give to the lone running back. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. 2nd down coming up on this red zone opportunity. To the air, it's Babers. He caught it, and he will score! Touchdown, Horned Frogs! They put another score on the board as they try to push this winning streak to 3.
And how about it? Everyone getting involved, getting the big tight end involved. This offense has done an unbelievable job scoring points. This defense has had no answers. Just keep it rolling, offense.
On to attempt the try.
The kicker is on for the extra point.
And the extra point splits the uprights, and they're up a full 3 touchdowns, a 21-point cushion in the 4th. The kickoff team out there and ready to go. On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. Lofts one high indeed. He's got it on the right. And he's brought down after a huge completion.
Well, I'll give this offense some credit because they've got a lot of fight. There is no quit in them, and they're obviously trailing by a big amount in this game. They haven't had a lot of success, but they're still taking shots, and their players are still out there competing.
The Bruins will hustle to the line. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Ran the ball on first down. Let's see what they do on 2nd. He's looking to throw. Fires to the big fella. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the 1st. They'll go to the air on 3rd and short. Quickly out to the tight end. Got a lot of running room. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up.
Good enough for a 1st down.
Movement here from the tight end. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone, is still some ground to cover to pick up that 1st down. He's looking to throw. Getting some heat. And the quarterback is snowed under.
And this has been the story of the night. The offensive line getting beat up. And this is why this team is losing. You got to protect your quarterback. This defense has had a field day with their 5th sack of the game.
just outside the red zone at the 21, but it's 3rd and long. Quarterback on the keeper. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. Coach has no choice here. The offense has to stay on the field, down multiple possessions this late. 4th down. And they get to him and sack the quarterback, and they'll stop the drive on downs.
He had nowhere to go with the football. You could tell, surveying the field, somebody's got to get open to go make a play. Man, throw it up, run it, do something. You can't take a sack on 4th down. You got to give somebody an opportunity to make a play for you.
TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Really good balance on that last drive. They mixed it up all over the place, Jesse.
Yeah, how nice, too, to have the defense on their heels, because at this point, they don't know what's coming at them. They had problems stopping everything that last drive.
So I think this defense would come back with a little more aggressiveness. I mean, they let them have what they wanted. Now they got to dictate to this offense a little bit more.
They'll run it to keep the clock moving. And a decent gain there before the defense makes the stop. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Handoff from the shotgun. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. The Horned Frogs will line up to punt it away. Boy, they had a chance to track that thing down, but it bounces into the end zone for a touchback. UCLA will go back to work on offense. They'll start this drive with a pass. They're trying to get to him. And this defense is bringing the heat. Another sack. Everybody has to be set. They have to get it off. Looking to pass on 2nd down. Finds his tight end. And they get to him and knock him down to prevent a big gain. And the Bruins want to pick up the tempo. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. He's taking a deep shot late in the game. What a spectacular grab there as they try to finish this game with a little something to feel good about.
Well, this offense has a ton of work left ahead of them here in this 2-minute situation late in the game, but the drive off to a good start. You get the first down, you get out of bounds, you work in the perimeter of the field. That is exactly what you want to do.
Not much of a chance there. He just had to get rid of it to avoid the sack. 2nd down after that incompletion. He's looking to throw. Quickly to the tight end. They get him down after he makes the catch. The offense uses a timeout, 20 ticks remaining. 3rd and short, coming from the 34. You wonder if this is 4-down territory. From the gun, wants to pass. Pressure coming. Always a welcome play for the defense as they get a sack at the 47. Timeout is called by the offense. 16 seconds left in the game. On 4th down, looking for the completion. Fires to the right. Makes the grab, and he's got the first. The timeout stops the clock with 10 seconds to play. The Bruins getting set on 1st and 10. They'll throw it from the red zone. Going for 6. Can't make the grab as he was going for 6 right there. And here we go. Final play of the game right here. After the incompletion, back to the passing game. Throw into the end zone, and it's picked off. So after stumbling around a bit earlier this season, they put together 3 consecutive wins and seem to have righted the ship.
Dang right. How do you handle adversity? Every coach talks about that. They dealt with it now. They got the loss. They had a little bit of struggle early in the season. What do? You respond by putting a winning streak together, gaining some momentum as the season closes.
And sometimes the good thing about losing games early is that you know you're not perfect. You have to come out. You've got to bring your A game to the part each and every week, and that's what we've seen from this team now recently. They've got tremendous players. They've got an outstanding coaching staff. When they put it all together and they play with great effort, this team's tough to beat.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.